Hello. You know what? I'm a dum-dum. I haven't announced the stream anywhere. I should have done that before leaving. Hey, Kid Optical, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Oh, that's what somebody that lives in North America would say, huh? Good morning. So, hello everybody. The stream is just getting started. I just sat down. I have my tea. I'm typing up the announcements that the stream went live. I forgot to do that earlier. I'll tell you what I'm gonna work on. You can see it up here, but the long story short, right now I made a static site generator, but it needs you to have the Z compiler installed because it uses the Zig build system to build your website, which is cool because well, it's cool. It's cool if you're already doing Zig programming. If you're not doing Zig programming, not as cool. But it's also cool because it allowed me to, well, basically reuse a bunch of functionality from the Z compiler so that I didn't have to reinvent it myself. But now the project is mature enough to the point where I want to make it a standalone executable. So I want my users to be able to use my static site generator without necessarily having them be Zig programmers. So that's what I'm working on a standalone version of the static site generator, implementing myself all the things that I was previously leveraging from the Zig programming language and, well, yeah, the Zig toolchain, and do everything myself. So with the ultimate goal of making Zine faster than Hugo, because I think it's trivially, well, not trivially, but it's totally doable. But we're not quite there yet. Zine is kind of fast. Not as fast as Hugo, though. And part of it is because it has a funky architecture. Hello, Caritham. Hello, everyone. By the way, for Fish users, remember to update to version 4.0 of Fish. Otherwise, your shell is not going to be blazingly fast. It's going to be blazingly slow because of all the C++ legacy code. Did they finish? It seems so. Yes, at least according to their announcement, it is. For new shell users, remember you are awesome. I don't know. I don't have strong opinions. Fish is, I don't know. For me, it was like a nice improvement over ZSH. I'm happy with where I am right now. The thing is, I don't do too much shell stuff. I only do basic stuff. I'm not a power user, so far so good. Do people actually need a shell other than SH? Well, I don't know. Get some utility out of? I would say yes. You can get some utility out of shell different than SH. Hello, Phil. Hello, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Okay, so just 5 minutes more, and then we're gonna start. Let's see, what do we do in the meantime? Do we browse Hacker News? I found that 1,000 GitHub repos with malware. Can we get them deleted? Maybe. Wasm Wayland Web. What? So there are only 2 web browser engines, and it seems likely there will soon only be one. People are mad at Firefox. Holy cow. And making a whole new web browser from the ground up is effectively impossible because the browser vendors have weaponized web standards complexity against any newcomers. Please, let's talk about pressure cookers again. I don't know. I kind of had... I mean, once you know that they exist, they're so easy to use. You can find recipes on the internet, but what else is more to say? Like, once you know about their existence and you know a couple recipes, there's no point in talking about pressure cookers. At that point, you just stay silent, listen to the whistle, and wait for the right time to stuff your mouth full of delicious pressure cooked soup. So your mouth will not need words anymore at that point. Let's see. So throw out all web standards. Make browsers that just runs WASM blobs and gives them a surface to use. It's sort of like Waiting does. It has tabs and a throbber. Wait a second. What's a throbber? What's a throbber? Chat. I might need help from people that are native English speakers. What the heck is a throbber? I'm scared to search for that on Google. That's a throbber? What? I'm going to search this stuff off screen. A loading icon? Wait, that's what a throbber is? Are you serious? Is it because it's pulsating? That's a throbber. What the heck? This language never ceases to amaze me. Good to know. So this is where the web browser is eventually going anyway, except the current line of evolution will be WASM with all the web standards complexity baked in and reinforcing the current situation. Huh. This is interesting. You know what's funny? So on one end, yes, Ladybird is proving this statement wrong, or rather, if you take if you give a fully literal interpretation to the statement, yes, Ladybird is proving it wrong. But the point is not like a fully literal interpretation of it. The point is, it is true that that browser vendors have weaponized web standards complexity against any newcomers. Be it a thing done in purpose, like with purpose, like deliberately or not. This is true. It is true that making a browser from the ground up is freaking hard. So again, I don't think a literal interpretation is the point here. The point is you when reading this stuff, you shouldn't take. I mean, you should give how can I say, like equal standing to both impossible and effectively. It is not impossible, but it's hard. It's really hard, to the point that the author is making like a slightly colorful description of it and saying it's effectively impossible. Let's see. Error says, yes, but I'm hopeful. Lady Bird is coming and coming fast. It's almost catching up with Safari now, which itself is a huge feat considering how little time it's existed. That said, I too think was most likely the future and will repeat Flash all over again, but perhaps better this time. Now, in any case, you know what's also interesting? This is what people have been doing. This is what Orca is. Orca, it's literally a WebAssembly runtime designed to take SPAs and turn them from janky webby shit into stuff that runs into this runtime as WebAssembly blobs. So interesting. I think that Orca had some interesting discussions about how they plan to do accessibility for Orca. I don't know how much of it is already there versus, wishes for the future. But I remember seeing a bunch of discussions where they wanted to design their GUI toolkit for Orca to basically have good integration with accessibility tooling. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I am trying to organize a Showtime episode with Martin to see if we can have a Showtime episode dedicated to Orca. So we'll see. Okay. Well, enough hacker news, huh? Let's get to work. Enough hacker newsing. Actually, did anybody mention Orca in here? Now I'm curious. Not one single mention of Orca. Open Silver. Wait a second. Is that the open version? No, something else. Build modern.NET web apps in C# and XAML. What is XAML? No, XAML, please. No, no. Our latest 3.1 release. Oh, just like the best version of Windows. Oh yeah. Compatibility with Microsoft Silverlight. Okay, so that's what I assumed this thing was. An extensive WPF support. What is XAML? No, it's just I've never seen XAML in my life. I think, hopefully, it's just that the name is enough. The name is enough to say to tell me that it's something that I don't want to touch. Right. It's not always right, but wasn't Silverlight the game engine? I think Silverlight was an alternative to Flash, was it not? And which then you could use to make games, just like you could use Flash to make games. But I think it was mainly like I don't know what to call it, like vector animation engine? Quote. There's a quote button. Upload your XAP file to quickly get a quote for a full migration by us. Why did I click this thing? Why am I even here? Let's go away. God damn it. So no mention of Orca. Okay, let's see. Let's get to the main topic. I like what you did with SuperMD. Thank you. I was wondering if you plan to extend the syntax to be able to do things more like org mode. For example, replace variable or query information from inside other markdown files. My plans for SuperMD are to... Right now, SuperMD is a bit hackish. It's me abusing a markdown parser to bolt on top of it extra semantics. It works. It works reasonably well, but it's not perfect. So I plan to basically rebuild this entire stack bottom up. The result is going to be something that in my mind should feel like markdown, but that is not going to be markdown. The reason, like the rest of Zine, everything else is written from scratch, like all the parsers, all the toolings, all the LSPs, everything from scratch. The problem is markdown is a disaster. Writing a markdown compliant markdown parser is a nightmare. So long story short, the moment I decide to switch away from a pre-built parser, I will break compatibility with Markdown. Now, but I do think that the general idea behind Markdown is valuable. Honestly, none of the Markdown alternatives that I've seen have really convinced me that they are any better than Markdown, visually speaking. But that's a design space that obviously needs to be explored. How can I say, like, tokenizer in hand. Typeist is goated, but Typeist is also... Typeist is a templating language. It's like... Typeist is also a templating language. My plan for Typeist is to consider adding it as an alternative to Super HTML to output PDF. So the idea is you can have HTML templates to output HTML, or you can have a Typeist template to output a PDF. That's still, how can I say, just an idea in my mind. So it's not on the roadmap necessarily. But the point is that Typeist is not a content markup format. It's like way more powerful than that. Too powerful. Like the core principle of splitting templating and content in Zine and Hugo is based on the idea that the content should be free of layouting concern. And so it needs to be restricted that way. And that's what SuperMD does. If you look at SuperMD, it does more than Markdown, but what it gives you is still content-centric. It's not about templating. The only templating, they're like extremely minor things that allow you to connect back to the templating concerns, but that makes it really, it tries really hard to not pull them into your SuperMD file and to leave everything inside the HTML template, which is where the templating layout, the layouting concerns should be. So long story short, when I write my own, like, will it be more like org mode? Probably not. Will it allow you to query variables, query information from inside other Markdown files? I don't think so. You can do that in templates though. Like if you need to somehow have a special thing where you want to pull in information from other Markdown files, well, Super Markdown in my case, you can do that in templates. Query and include variable functions in your files. That's bonkers. No, sorry, friendly 0 day. That to me is stuff that should live in the HTML template, not in the Markdown. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't have any form of scripting. You should have that. It's just that in the way Zine is envisioned, anything that any kind of logic of this kind, like if your thing has branching logic, anything that has branching of any kind, and just as a like rule of thumb, right? So it's not like a strict definition. As a rule of thumb, if what you're thinking about has branching in it, then it should go in the HTML template, and it should not be in the Markdown. But to also be clear, that's my choice for my static site generator. I think it's a totally legit option to not want to do that and to want to have like a different architecture. But in my case, I wanted a split. Okay. So I think I did some work of this kind. So let's go into Zine. Git status. Also, here I still have an old fish. Let me open a new tab so I can get a new fish. Help. Oh, wait, can I do version? No. I can do help though. Oh, that opens the file. Okay, it gave me the 4.0 file. Out of curiosity, if I do that in an old tab. Oh, I don't even get help. Okay, so help is a new thing apparently. Apparently help is a new thing. Nice. Okay, Zine branch, well, Git branch, what am I doing? So standalone is the branch where we were working on this stuff. So let me switch to standalone. So I want to see the Git log. Also, you know what? This is maybe a good moment. What the heck is GL being alias to? God damn it! That always surprises me. GL is Git pull. What? Not Git log? I copy pasted these aliases in here, so it's entirely on me. But it surprises me. GL is Git pull. I mean, I get it. GP is. Oh, we have Goop. Goop is Git pull rebase. Why is Goop Git pull rebase? Where's the U, man? Why is it Goop? This is on me. I copy pasted the aliases from somewhere. Why is it Goop? Oh no. Oh no. So GP git push, I'm fine with it. If you try JJ, no, not yet. It's on my list of things to try. It's hard to get rid of. It's hard to move away from Goop though. I guess it's because G comes from Git, the U comes from pool. I have no idea. I'm trying to justify this. I just can't. GD is duplicated. What? Oh my god, it is. What a mess, man. What a mess. Ah, man. GRH, git reset head. GRHH, git reset head hard. GWC, git, what changed? The HP, a brev commit pretty medium. What? What does what changed do? Usage git log. What is git? What the heck is git? What changed? Show logs with differences each commit introduces. Show commit logs and diff output each commit introduces. New users are encouraged to use git log instead. Yeah, isn't this like git log -p? Anyway. So do I not have like a git? So this alias just does not have any git log. Oh no, it does have this one line glow. Okay, let's try glow. Glow. Git log one line. Not bad. Useful. Nice. Also mentions tags. That's cool. Well, would you look at that? Shows me my tags. That's nice. Glugla, glug, and okay, glug, glug, glugga. Okay, glug. Okay. Why don't you remove all those that you don't use? What do you mean? Then there won't be any chance that by typing random stuff, I land on a destructive git command. Also, who knows? You know what? Now GWC and glug are my best friend. Yeah. I remember when I first started with Git and thinking that these graphs were super interesting. I think over time I started realizing that they're not all that interesting in the end. Anyway. Okay. So now we know, I guess. So GWC is my best friend. Although maybe I want GLP. Well, GWC. Okay. Mystery solved. We need to rebase. Rebase on main. Of course, conflicts. yes, git status, yes. Interactive rebase in progress, yes. Tools. What happened here? Also, why don't I have three-way diffs? Oh no. Okay, let's see. Head has this, while our commit has these. So our commit has set up the Zine standalone executable. Well, here we have, oh, I see. Here we gain snapshot testing, which we want to keep. Wait a second. This was part of the previous function. What is this crappy diff that I'm getting? So did you see? This was including this curly here. Oh no, the curly got like eaten, I think. Oh, it's the curly that I deleted here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so this should have this after. But we're missing a closing curly. Why do we need to keep this one? Because it belongs to the while. This diff is a mess. What the heck? Anyway, solved it. Okay. So I should still have Zig build. And now we have trouble. Let's see. Source main.zig. Use unneclared identifier config. I think this stuff never was made to fully work. So I guess we are basically back to where we were before. Okay, let's look at our main function then. Okay, let's see what we had. We had a main function. Let's see. GPA state grabs the GPA. Grabs all arguments, args fee. If argument length is less than 2, prints help. Otherwise, tries to grab the command. Commands that we have is help, version, prints version. What do we do in print version? We just panic to do, okay. Then we have release and serve, which runs some command. Okay. Okay, so here's my plan. I want to set up a sub goal. Like these are like very. Once we have implemented this, well, then the static site generator standalone version will be done, but it will take a while before we get here. Here's what I want to do instead. Here's what I was thinking, and what I wrote down. Create a Zine executable that scans a content tree and prints the site structure. So I was thinking of creating a sub command that all it does is scan a site definition, collect all existing files in that definition, and basically return that data structure. Because in the current architecture, we have basically one step where we collect that information, we build a tree out of it, and yeah, and that's it basically. So maybe that's what we should do. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to comment this out. Or, well, instead of doing this, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open a block. I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to say add panic to do. And let's add the tree command, which won't necessarily exist forever. But yeah. Okay, so now we need to implement show tree. And some of it will need to we need to leverage stuff that we have already wrote. It's just that our point is let's make Zine 3 and let's have it print the content that it scanned. So let's add 3. Then what else? A build contains a config file, index dir path. Okay, a bunch of stuff. We're gonna look into that in a moment. Let's put this above run. So pub function show 3. Oh, it wants stuff. We probably want stuff too, don't we? We don't care about args. Coming from C++, that enum string angling you have in main is so nice. Okay, let's also have args, even if we don't use args. Whatever. One thing that surprises me though is what's CMD? CMD is it's literally the command name. Why do we need the? Oh, this guy needed the command because he needed a run. It's like what are we doing? Because the assumption was that like releasing, like making a build and serving, it's kind of mostly doing the same thing. So yeah, we don't do this anymore. So we don't need command. Okay. Okay. Let's see how we are doing. Git, what am I doing? Zig build run. Do I have a run step? Oh, I don't have a run step. Let's add a run step. Check depends. Okay, checks the standalone Zine executable. We install Zine. And then we want const run equals b.step run. Run artifact. Isn't it? It's not run artifact. What is it? Add run artifact. It is. Executable is zinexe. Let's call it run step. And let's call it zine run. So run artifact, zine, and then zine run.add args, b.args, and then run step depend on. There we go. Okay, let's see if it works now. Expected type, conjugate found optional. Oh. Also, I guess I could do something better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, what's the next problem? Use an undeclared identifier config. Okay, so we're trying to build Zine now, and we're failing to build Zine. Okay, do not have git stashes. Cool. I just I was just wondering in case I had stashed any other change to this file, but I did not. So I guess now it's on us to get this stuff working. So let's see. Run any out config. Use an undeclared identifier config. I change it to build. And I don't know if this is exactly. Oh, there's no body to that function, so doesn't even matter. God damn it. Next problem. Also, why am I not seeing the next problem here? Let me look at the hx show config path. Enable build on save true. Build on save step check. Yes. So is check not check is reporting the error. Oh, it's a different file. Scan content. That's why I wasn't seeing the error. Okay. Standalone has all these files, but where is this stuff referenced? So here we have scan content. This is inside run. Oh. Oh, let's comment it out. This still worries about scan content. Why? Oh, I think I get it. The problem is not... Okay, no. I get it. We need to comment this out. Then we need to comment out also the import. Partner yet? Not yet. Okay, now check succeeds. Let's try Zig build run now. Should complain that we don't have arguments. Correct. Now let's pass 3. Prince hello world. Okay, so we're good. Okay. Perfect. Also pretty fast. Nice. Okay, so next step is to actually implement this. So it means that we need to basically pull back in again, I guess, scan content, and now make it work. Okay, cool. So give me a sec while I put up another cup of tea so I can power up, and then I'm gonna tackle this next step. So yeah, I will be right back. Give me a sec. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Hello, everybody. Hello, who are all the new people that joined. Okay. What were we saying? We're saying that we implemented 3, but I want to make sure 3 actually do the work for real. So, so I have this scan content thing in another file. Scan content is that what we want? What does it return? Nothing. Let's see. Build time assets. Ensure path. Index dir, path index dir. Subpages index. Relations key index. Collect git info. We never even implemented this bad boy. Okay. Wait, do we really not have even the starting point? Do we not even try to load the Ziggy file? Load build. Let's see. Tries to load a zine.ziggy config file by searching recursively upwards from CWD. Once the config file is found, it ensures the existence of all required directories and loads git repository info if in a repo. Okay, so this is actually... Okay, so this is some logic that was implemented. Build time assets, a pages index, translation, blah, blah, blah. Collect git info. Okay, so we have... Here we have the cool version of this. Wait, does it really need to be... It doesn't need to be on multiple lines. It's fine. This guy is a bit long, but... Okay. And so this returns a CFG, content directory, layouts directory, assets directory, index dir path, index dir, subpages index dir, TK index dir, PS index dir. I don't remember what TK and PS are. Translation key, right? Parent section. Okay, perfect. So... Okay, load build is already a good starting point. Also, all these catchum, oh man. I learned a new technique. So people in chat, I do a lot of stuff that maybe you don't care about. This one you will care about. So check this out. So you see how you want to make a main function. If you're being sloppy, you make main return an error. And then instead of do this thing that can fail and then catch with a message that says, well, okay, this is not the best message ever, but you know, at least the message doesn't print a stack trace, right? The idea is stack traces are not good user experience. Stack traces are good for developing. They're not good for your users. Your user doesn't care about a stack trace. So the problem is, though, then if you want to catch all ooms, then you have to catch them, right? You have to do catch Here's another trick that you can use. You don't do this. You use try. In this case, there's only one catchum in this function, but the other function I was looking at earlier had a bunch of those everywhere, while a try would be, I guess, more lightweight. But now we have the problem that I can't use try with void. That doesn't work. Also, why is ZLS not running the check step for this guy and telling me? ZLS is driving me nuts. Why is ZLS not running my build.zig? I don't get it. Anyway. So this is a problem. If I do zig build run, you will see that now it doesn't compile anymore. No, I still have, oh man. Okay, let me comment out scan content again. Okay, so now you see the problem that I use try, but this thing cannot return an error. So how do we do this? check this out. You do an error defer at the very top, and here you catch all the errors. And you do like this. Switch must handle all possibilities. We're missing overflow. So something can return overflow. This guy can return overflow. What the heck? Where's the overflow coming from? Is it a pending that can return? No, this guy can return only allocator.error. Append slice append. This can only return. Who's returning overflow? Are you returning overflow? Who's returning overflow? Okay, now we need to figure it out. Oh, there we go. MathMole is returning overflow. So in this case, I will consider overflow same as out of memory. So, and you already saw a demo of the next thing that I wanted to show. You can catch all errors and just turn them into no return, because the reason why this works is because is a no return function. It's basically, I guess, the same as panic, but without the stack trace. So that's why this works. But also, by combining this with a switch, then you can basically you can avoid inadvertently turning errors that you don't want to turn into ums. So like if there's an error that you didn't know it was coming, that isn't an like you forgot that somewhere you're opening a file, and now you also have like file not found, etc. The switch will protect you from mistakenly turning those into ums. Because I mean, it would be confusing, right? That there's like you fail to open a file and then you just print while that wasn't actually the case. Here in this case, I'll consider overflow close enough to an Can RDFR reduce the number of errors in the result error set? It does. I believe so. Let me think about it. I believe it does reduce the error set, yes, if you have one. You know what? I'm not 100% sure, so you might want to double check yourself manually, but I believe it should. In any case, this works, and it's freaking awesome. Put an error defer at the top, and now you can use try. You don't need to catch everything. Pretty freaking sweet. So load build, guess what? Let's see what errors we have, and let's see how we handle them. No more ketchum. Gotta ketchum all. No. Just a normal try. Here we're catching file not found, which is cool. Everything else is fatal. Error while loading the Zine config file. Ketchum, no more ketchum. Catch fatal, catch fatal, catch fatal. There we go. I'm confused that this guy does not return an error. How can this guy not? Oh, because it fatals out if it fails. Fair. Okay, so minor improvement, but already happy with it. Next, what do we want to do? So we have load build. Next, we need actually scan content. And scan content needs to use that thing, I guess. What does it do? It accepts a build, which I still name config in here. It has this ensure path stuff, which I'm not sure we need. I think we already did these things. I think we already did all these things basically outside. I think I can delete them. Do I have a build time assets ensure thing? Not build. Where's main? Not this main, the other main. Come on, man. Wait, am I going insane? Where's main? Content there, index there. Yeah, we do call ensure path and company. Okay. This is something that I too discovered only recently, and it's, well, pretty good to know, huh? Okay, this browser is doing something weird. So now I have main. Oh, freak. I have 2 tabs open. That's the problem. That's why I was going insane. Is this new fish? No. Is this new fish? Yes. Okay. Okay, so we don't need these things anymore. Let's call it build. So copy their scanning logic from Zine. Output the index files as expected by the layout exe. Run the layout exe on each SMD file. Okay, let me think about what was my original plan. I guess my original plan was to basically implement in our executable what we were doing previously with the build script. It's basically we're implementing the build script just outside of the build system. But in doing so, we are completely losing integration with the cache. But the idea was that way you basically have a starting point. Like you have moved the functionality. You regress caching completely. You utterly regress caching, but then it works. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I think I want to take it step by step from a more first principles perspective. So I actually want to implement the content scanning logic and then build basically an AST of the file system in a sense. I want to build an AST of the file system basically. Okay, I want scan content. So do I need anything else in here? Oh, here I have all the old logic from the build system that I copied over. You know what? We're nuking this. Okay, scan content. What's in our build? We have the config, index there, path, index there, content there, layouts there, assets there. Also, I don't have paths for those. Oh no, I do have them. They are inside config, right? You know what? Let's do it step by step though. Before we get there, let's turn this print nothing into a let's load the build. Let's load the zine.ziggy file. Load build. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Let's call load build. And I guess we print it, and that's our starting point. He wants a GPA and an arena. Interesting. Why does he also want an arena? What does he use it for? Temporary stuff. Right. Now, what about the arguments? Here's one problem. This is based on the current working directory, and it is not based on being told directly about the zine.ziggy file. Well, that should not be a problem though. Okay, let's keep it as is for now. So we call load build. That gives us the build, and then we can do std debug.print bunch of lines, and then build.this build.that, I guess. Okay, what do we print from our build? I guess we print these three paths, and that's it. Is it not config? What is it? CFG? Oh yeah. Okay. So now if I run this from here, let's see what happens. Compile error. Oh, I'm dumb. Unused function parameter here, there. What? Switch must handle all possibilities. Class and use function parameters in scan content. Oh, goddamn scan content. Okay, you go away. Next problem. We're missing error unexpected, error current working directory unlinked. Jesus, error current working directory unlinked. This guy probably returns that error. So now it's tempting to actually handle all errors here, but then you lose where they're coming from. Neovim looking pretty neat. It's not Neovim. I'm using Helix. So what I'm thinking is that maybe in this case, the catch is good. You know what? Let's make an exception just in this case. Current working directory unlinked. Oh. You're missing error unexpected. Yeah, no, there's also error unexpected. That is so annoying. Okay. So this has to become a catch. Okay, are we good now? Nothing naming subpages index there instruct build. Main to 116. Do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, I do. You should see. It should be in my bio here on Twitch. It's called Zig Showtime, in any case. Sub pages index there. We don't have that. Okay, let's add it. TK index there. PS. I'm thinking that we kind of want to also do these. Like, although, do I want to keep these indices on disk that way? Question. Good question. Their path, subpages there, DK there, PS there. I think this is neatly organized this way. Okay, do we build import file outside of module path git? Hmm. 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 Let's copy these inside standalone. $280. Make open path. What does he want? Open options. What are these options? Access a path through, iterate false, no follow. Subpages index there, TK index there, PS index there. That is fine. Okay. No module name Zite available within module root. So we go back into tools, Zine exe, and import Ziggy. I have Zite in here, right? Yeah. Okay. Now I would expect to see a complaint that there is no Ziggy file. Yeah, unable to find a zine.ziggy config file in this directory or any of its parents. To do, implement Zine init and suggest its usage here. Yes, that is correct. So that means that now we should be able to go to do cd, cd what actually? I guess we go inside test. Look at our simple website. And we give it a Ziggy, although this one has a build.zig in it. That means that we can't invoke the build in it. Okay, we need a new test thing. So here's what I'll do. I'll copy test simple into standalone test. Oh. Okay. So now I should be able to do Zig build run 3. Unable to find a Ziggy config file in this directory or any of its parents. That's not exactly true though. It's there. It's just empty. What are we doing wrong? Oh, I think the problem is that the current working directory might be a different one. Yeah, so the current working directory is not the one that I would expect. And yes, error while loading the Zine config file. Unexpected EOF expected dot or curly. The fact that it's saying this error message is bad, but yeah, so we're not in the right current working directory, I guess. That's the build system's fault, or rather, it's how we use the build system that is wrong, I guess. So we do zinrun.set set CWD to what? Path to the directory containing build.zig. Oh, that's the problem. We're not even there. Okay, the problem is that I'm invoking Zig build run. I guess I need to get the current working directory. Okay, I know how to solve this. The solution needs to be a bit ad hoc, but it's fine. So set cwd b.path standalone test. Yeah, standalone test. There we go. And now we'll always be in there, and it should do. And now it fails correctly. Okay, it's a bit hacky and hard coded, but so far for now it's fine. Next. Okay, next is let's put stuff also actually in there in that Ziggy file. How do we do this? Okay, so we load it correctly and we print it. So now everything works as intended. That means that we have in standalone test We have .zine cache with a bunch of directories in it. Including git info. Perfect. Okay, next. Next in our main function. So we load this stuff, we print it. Let's actually use it. So we basically need to give this to scan content. And scan content has to do its actual job. Although I'm starting to wonder if I should not just put scan content in here. But scan content is gnarly stuff, so it's fine. Let's see, let's call it result. It's going to be scan content. And we pass down GPA. Let's pass the arena. Might be useful. And our build. Okay. Scan content, basically now we do have to copy what we were doing before, although I would like to do this in a more traditional manner. So we also need to account for multilingual websites versus non-multilingual websites. So how do we do this? What I'm thinking is that maybe this should be all stuff defined inside the build itself. So the build has a field left either unset, like undefined, or like left as an optional field, or some sensible like empty state. And then scan content fills it. What did I call this stuff in the original code? Content. What were those types? Add website options. Add website impl. And I would call scan, and scan would do all the work. Starting from this stuff. And then depending on whether the website was multilingual or non-multilingual, I would do different things. So ensure existence of directories, write asset index, install static assets, scan variant, that's the main thing, and then add all steps. Okay. In our case, basically what we want is to scan. Should I start worrying about multilingual websites or just wait? Maybe I should just wait. Let's assume Yeah, let's simplify this thing and let's assume just a normal website for now. So if we assume just a normal website, then I basically want to implement scan variant. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open an editor. In here, we're gonna stay inside build content. Let's take a look at scan variant. This is where we do the hard work. What is the data structure that we're building here? It's a section list. So to us, at this point, a website is a list of sections. Do I agree with that sentiment? A segmented list of sections. A section contains content subpath, pages, then we have some logic for write index, a list of sections. In the end, that is what the content folder is. Yes. In a multilingual website, you have that every variant is a list of sections, and then you have some things extra that connect those variants. Also interesting how the section list is a segmented list, while the pages are an array list unmanaged. And the reason is because I'm referring to sections using pointers. Do I need to use pointers? I don't think I need to use pointers. Okay, so I'm going to copy these. Okay, a section, content subpath. Yeah, so this is the subpath relative to the content directory of this section. Yes. Pages that it contains. Note, toggled off to try the index dir strat. No use while iterating directories. Okay, that part went away, so we don't do it anymore. Every page has its own content subpath. Okay. There's a lot of repetition though between this and the section that it belongs to. But I guess that's fine. Markdown name, a front matter, and if it's an index.md, a pointer to another section. Then we have less than implemented. Huh. Okay. Okay. What are you most looking forward to in 014? Good question. I don't know because I'm already using the development version, like the untied version of 014. So I've been using 014 features for a while now. And I'm not so sure that I don't even remember anymore what all the difference is. So I don't know. I'm not sure. What are you missing the most when forced to use 013? I don't know. I switched now. It's been a while now that I switched, so I don't even remember. Um, Honestly, I don't know. You know what? Deco literals, yeah, they're cool. I'm not using them much yet, but I need to get used to them. Um, yeah, I really don't know. I think hmm. I think the most important thing in 014 is going to be um, custom backends and incremental compilation. The problem is that I can't access that from macOS. So, not well, macOS, but more importantly, ARM. So once that stuff comes to ARM, then I will be excited about it more. But I can't use it for now. So section list is going to be std dot. That said, I don't know. I think that segmented list is not bad. I'm going to keep it a segmented list. Okay, we don't have any more the front matter stuff. So how do we get the front matter stuff? Let's look at tools. How do we build the ZineXZ? We give it Ziggy, we give it Zide. Ironically enough, we haven't been giving Zine to the ZineXZ. Andrew giving a talk today. Is today Hydrate Boy? Is it today? If so, yes. Okay, we have a bunch of problems, but the dependency seems to be wording correctly, so that's fine. Scan content. We need Zine. Is this how this works? Context. Context should have everything that we need, right? Right. But certainly we have page. That should be fine. Let's see. I see in SuperMD source wrote the U import std within the debug function. Is that just because std is only needed in the scope of that one function? I believe so. Yes. If I've done something like that, is for that reason. Yes. It shouldn't change anything really. No, it's not more efficient. It shouldn't change nothing really. Let's see. Segmented list is not indexable. Oh, right. Yeah. That's the whole point of segmented lists. What's one argument? What the heck do you want, man? Start index. Expected type? No, you're joking. Oh, no, I know. I want a const iterator. Content, no field name, content dir path in section. Content subpath. Let's see, value with comtime only type comtime int depends on runtime control flow. Ah, so annoying. Happy now? Okay, now we're back to nothing basically because we have the code to print a section, but then scan content is designed to actually not do that work. Okay, let's make it do the work. So we need to work directories. Let's copy some more code from here. Right index, no, I don't care. Collect git info, I don't care. Scan website. Give me scan variant. That's scan variant is the one honest function that actually does the work. So grabs the content directory, defines entry, start section lists, dir stack, dir append. Honestly, I might as well copy all of it. And then adjust it. So let's now do this. We have content there. It's inside of build. Sections add one, and we pass in GPA. Then root section concept path is empty string. We don't have log. Let's make log. Hello, Xu. I should replace all instances of these with GPA. But you know what? I also want to read the code, so I'll do that by myself, like one at a time. Contender. That's going to be build.contender. Right? Right. Path. Root selection. Dir stack. Oh, for example, the dir stack, we don't care. This one is fully temporary. So let's turn this into a use arena. Also, it's an array list. Do I want that to be an array list? I want to do push and pop, but since it's an array list, can I do push and pop on one of these bad boys on a segmented list? Yes, I can. Let's go. This is going to be much more friendly to an arena. Now we have this catch unreachable. So I think we're going to make all catchums are going to become tries with our new favorite technique. We don't have in here. Oh no. Now we do. Okay, so now we root index, optional page, set to null initially, pop from the stack. Their entry, scanning their defer, open file index.smd. Okay, I remember how this works. When we open a directory, first we search for the index.smd file. If we do find one, it means that we found it has a file that defines a section. And so we want to do that first before we start scanning for other potential files. I also think that we should scan for markdown files, and we should warn about the existence of markdown files by default. This also is giving me an idea. In theory, while I do want to have super markdown be different than markdown, I actually could allow normal markdown. And I could say that normal markdown can do like a subset of the things that you can do with super markdown. And that's it. We could actually do it. What editor is this? It's Helix. In any case, let's look again at the original stuff. So what are we deferring here? We are deferring closing this directory. We just have to copy it because this thing is stupid. Okay. Open file. Buff reader. All right. So here we are also reading these index.md files because we want to parse their front matter. Ooh. Right. To do report from matter parser error. Yeah, so I used to have this problem previously because the build system needed to use different code than the actual executable for parsing from matter because of the problem that in a build script you don't have access to all the types that you define in your modules. So that's why I needed to have like this double thing they need to keep in sync, which is annoying. Now I don't have to do that anymore. Now I can use the actual official definition and not need to worry about any of this stuff. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then I'm going to work on this. So yeah, the idea is to basically just start using normal definitions that I have in Zine, and I won't need this stuff anymore. Oh man, this is going to be so good when I can delete that. I'll be right back. It's not NeoVim. JJ, it's not NeoVim. It's Helix. It's Helix in Ghosty. That part is true, yes. But it's Helix. Okay. So it is. Like I don't know how to show you, but like this is Helix. Yeah, file picker is Helix command palette. I don't know. Helix doesn't show anything. In any case, it is Helix. Oh, you see it up top. HX. There we go. Hey there, links. Let's see. Been actually using Helix for the past few days. It's quite polished. Yeah, it's not bad. Jujutsu. Man. Everybody's going crazy over Jujutsu, huh? So buffer reader. So here's now an interesting conundrum. In the original architecture, we had this scanning phase where we would, this was our build, where we would scan our directories. And in the middle of this, we would parse partially our index.smd files to read their front matter, because their front matter contained information because they contain information about whether there was a section, whether we need to ignore it or whatnot. And we wanted to do the minimal amount of work to figure this stuff out, because then there would be a second phase where we were actually running layout.exe. Well, the layout executable, where we would parse again everything, but in a more complete fashion. Like in this layout would happen once per file. Like there would be multiple copies of layout running one after another by the build system. But now that we don't have these two phases anymore, like now this is only one executable. Actually parsing a file a little bit more is not a problem. But then at the same time, maybe you want to parallelize this. But also there are settings that you can define in a front matter. Like skip subders. That it's important to have right away. So how will we do this? We basically would like to create a page instance that is like partially analyzed. It's like we have only analyzed the front matter. We haven't taken a look at the rest of the page. We just did the front matter. That's basically what you want. Yeah, and previously I had these very anemic definitions of what a page is, because this definition made sense for the build system. But I'm thinking that now this has to be different. And now that I think about it, for example, information like the subpath of this page relative to the content there, I think we have it in here actually. Where is it? MD path. And we have all the also the other minor variants like MD path, MD route path, blah, 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 blah. These guys are alternatives. Name, layout, output type, and then there's underscore prefix. What's in prefix? Yeah, there's no point in keeping these things like separated more. There really is no point. Deprecated got reverted. Yes, it did. So it turns out that actually implementing deprecated correctly. So, man, so here's what happened. What happened is that we started with the super simple definition of deprecated, right? You turn it on and you get deprecation errors in a somewhat uncritical fashion. Like every time we hit a deprecated, that's a build error. But then Andrew modified the proposal by saying that the behavior should change based on whether the reference to us referencing deprecated code happens in a module defined by the root package versus a module defined by other packages, so inside dependencies. The problem is that when this complication was added, um, I added in support. I added support for it that made sense with regards to how the build system, like the flags in the build system, work, and like how the information passing works. But then in semantic analysis, I left basically the original implementation because it actually was behaving correctly in simple cases. I made a mistake of not adding more complex, more nuanced test cases because I was having trouble getting those freaking tests to get picked up by the compiler Zig build. I don't know why I was having a problem with those stupid tests, but in any case, so I ended up basically adding a super basic test. We need better tests. Because I was having trouble with that, I ended up not putting in like a complex, like a complete test suite that tested, all the major combinations. I only had a test that tested basic stuff. And so I never caught the problem that actually to correctly implement things how Andrew described them, the implementation has to be dramatically more complex because it's not a matter of whether the @deprecated is in a module that is allow deprecated or no allow deprecated. That's not the point. The point is there any deprecated sitting maybe in a module that has allow deprecated, but is that deprecated reference like reached directly or indirectly by active code in a module that has no allow deprecated? That's the problem. And that part requires you to do like deprecation tracking within semantic analysis, basically. And then that is a nightmare. Or rather, that is more complicated than what we were going for originally. Like originally in the code, the one that I did with mlog and afterwards, you could see that the moment you hit a @deprecated, I looked at the module to see if the parent module, the module that the code with deprecated belonged to was no allow deprecated. And if it was no allow deprecated, I would output a compile error. But that's wrong because the idea is that like the actually fairly basic situation where this should trigger an error is this. Let's call this the main package. Let's say that this is a file that contains the main function. And then you have a dependency. So let's call it dep. And then you have a dependency. And here we have it @deprecated. So what happens is that by default, this guy is f allow deprecated. This guy is f no allow deprecated. So if here we reference this guy, current code does this. Oh, I am analyzing a depper. is the parent not allowed deprecated? And the answer is no. Parent is allowed deprecated, so we don't complain. But that's wrong. What you need to check is basically is any of the code that references this inside of a no allow deprecated module? And that's a very different question. And the problem is that the way SEMA works, you don't have like a natural way of tracking this information. You basically need to have certain, I don't know what to call it, certain things, certain air, because I'm guessing this is something that you need to write down inside of air. So inside of air, you need to write down that, for example, a function definition contains depper, or like a top level decol contains depper. And so you need to, I don't know, like quote unquote poison that thing. But then the I don't know what to call it, like the reachability, the liveness checking has to realize that this is what's happening. So long story short, I don't know how this stuff should be implemented. It's complicated. I would say it's outside of my pay grade for now. So yeah, it had to be reverted because it wasn't behaving correctly. It wasn't behaving as advertised. So it was just bad, unfortunately. And I think what happened is that like the way that we got into it, like the path that we took into where we started from, and then the changes that happened in the middle, tricked us, at least tricked me for sure, into not realizing that the implementation needed to be different and much more complicated than what it is now. Because again, this is not a property of the code and where it is. It's not like what we're checking is not a property of where this deprecated code is. It's a property of reachability of deprecated. If deprecated is getting reached by code from this module, then this is a problem. Otherwise, it's not. Yeah, and that's another interesting point because it started so simple. And so here's how I think about it. The original idea was very simple and mildly useful. I think that having so I'm talking about my original implementation, and if having a -f deprecated flag that turns on deprecation errors is mildly useful. Andrew, by changing how that worked, made it more useful. I think that having always on errors for deprecation usage, always active, that also, well, sorry, let me take it one step back. So it was mildly useful the way I envisioned it originally, but that version still had the same problem. Like the original version had the problem that it would report as deprecation errors, also errors where also usage of deprecated in your dependencies. So you would basically, with the original implementation, you would also get an error that said one of your dependencies is using deprecated APIs, which is not something that you want to see normally. Or rather, maybe sometimes you want to, do some detective work and see what your dependencies are up to. But normally you don't want to see this stuff from your dependencies because that's code that you don't want to have and fix and change, right? You want to fix your code and change your code. You don't want to fix the code of your dependencies if you can avoid it. So by default, you don't want to be annoyed about deprecation errors in your dependencies. So then Andrew changed it to be more useful. But then that definition more explicitly requires the different behavior per module. And somehow we basically didn't realize that it required us to change how all this stuff worked. That's kind of it. Maybe I'm overly simplified, but rather than doing the check when compiling the dependency source, you could instead do the check when main pulls in the symbol wrapped by the @depper. The problem is if that's how it was every single time, it would be easy. The problem in practice is that this depper could be inside the body of a function, and the function is called to initialize a field inside a struct, which in turn is called, which in turn gets, you know, sorry, long story short, there can be a lot of stuff between us in main and the depper. And so it's not something like you can just see this connection by going quote unquote up one level. There can be n levels of interaction between the main code and the code that has deprecated. So and also the way the Z compiler works also makes it harder to catch that connection. Although I think it has to be that way. How can I say? The Z compiler is doing the right things. It's just that this is a particularly gnarly thing to implement, actually, no matter what. Anyway. So we have a boolean that says is section. Ooh, and now we have all these indices, but we don't even need the indices anymore because now we have all the information. We have all the data in memory. Do we not? Oh, this is the other interesting question, right? If we have a standalone executable and we want to do a partial rebuild, then we can't assume that all the data is available to us every time. So for example, this is interesting. In this case, we don't have a handle to our subpages because we don't assume that they're always present in memory. And that is not a bad idea. But at the same time, here we do assume, because we're discovering things at this point, and here we do assume the subpages are always available to us. So while I would like to change this page to the other one, like how is caching going to work? So there's no cache. We clearly have to scan everything. There is a cache. So ideally, we would like to use the cache to detect what has changed, then consult some kind of database that knows what is being influenced by that change. And so we want to only load those pages that are influenced by that change. And just rebuild those and not touch anything else, I would argue. There is a lot of heavy lifting that the compiler is doing for us. Holy cow. I mean, I knew that, but the more I get down to the nitty gritty, the more I realize how much heavy lifting the compiler is doing for us in Zine. Holy cow. Well, let's make some progress and let's think about it more later. Okay, so here I'm trying to read the front matter of this page, and I need it because I need to see. Well, first of all, if it's correct. Then I need to decide if it's a draft. There's also skip sub pages. Where do we do it? Oh, skip subders. Oh, here it's skip subders. Yep. Okay. So front parser, huh? What's front parser? It's Ziggy for matter, Ziggy.front matter dot parser. Oh, it's a parser specialized on front matters based on context.page. But context here. Oh, this is actually page. How did we make it work though? Oh, I know how, because I have a special parser stringify, do I not? I guess that's how it works. Does alternative also have one of those? No, it does not. Oh, but it has a default value. So I guess the idea is that we leave the default value and then we initialize it later. That's fair. Okay. URL path prefix. Oh, a scan variant has more than just a list of sections. Oh, this is actually interesting. Let's see, it has output path prefix, URL path prefix, IATN file path. Interesting. Right, it has also an index, a optional root index. Yep. Hey, Team Martiro, thank you. Thank you very much for the $25 to the ZSF. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. We're 30%, well, 33% along the way, huh? Thank you. So let's see. URL path prefix. Right, we need to compute this bad boy. I would say we have it be given to us. Do we put it in build? It's probably something we want to put in build, do we not? Yeah, for now. That should go into config though. Yep, that goes into config. And so here we say build.cfg URL path prefix. Although the logic is more complicated than this. You know what? Let's make it a variable. And let's just hardcode it to what's in there for now, but then we change it. Okay, so far so good. Include drafts. Right. Include drafts is something that goes inside of build. Hello, hello. So this should go inside of build, but it should go inside. It should not go inside config. It's like a CLI argument. It's a CLI argument. Should we put it under CLI maybe, so that we have those like CLI options defined in there? I think it's not a bad idea. I heard you were in the middle of making a book about Zig. I am. Yes. Tomorrow I will go. I will be with Malky on his stream to help him go through a draft of the first chapter of my book. So we'll see how it goes. Options. Okay, we'll see how it goes. So let's see. That's really cool. Did you get inspired by Odin's book? I have never seen Odin's book. Chances are that no, there's no connection. It's not a standard Zig book. So it's gonna be tomorrow, about 1 hour from now. So if you happen to be available, you as in Dennings or whoever else is watching, so feel free to tune in. It's gonna be the channel is Malk. It's this channel. This guy. So, I mean, he is a bigger streamer than me. So you will probably, if he's live, you will probably see him near the top of the section of the category. In any case, it's also in Discord. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to click here. I have an event in my Discord server. So, So yeah, come check it out. Okay, let me explain a little bit more about the book. So the idea behind the book is that it's not a Zig book that tells you how to do a for loop. Is there anything related to Norse mythology? No, I think the links is talking about the Odin programming language. Just in case you're not joking. Just in case you're not. You know what? Let's take a look. Is there like an index available online? No index. There is a demo at the bottom. Download demo. All right. Because of course it's on itch.io. Where else would it be, right? Introduction. Why write a book? Okay. A tiny program. Let's see. Compile and run the code line by line. What does the period in Odin run dot mean? Compile without running. No need for semicolons. Where is the code inside the core FNT? Compile a single Odin source file. There's much more. Variables and constants. Declaring variables and assigning values. Blah, blah, blah. Rest of the stuff is some additional basics, making new types, pointers, procedures and scopes, fixed memory containers, strings, implicit context. Yeah, no, this is absolutely not what I'm going for. You know what? So since you people are here, I'll give you a preview of what is the README for my personal book, for my take on this. Which, by the way, I'm not saying this to say, oh, that other way of doing the book is wrong. Not at all. I'm just saying I'm going for something different. So let me read the README chapter 0 of my book. This book is an introduction to systems programming using the Zig programming language aimed at readers who already have programming experience using a high-level language, but who have no systems programming experience. In other words, if you already have experience with any of JavaScript, Ruby, Python, C#, Java, Go, etc., then this book will show you what you can gain by using a lower-level programming language like Zig. Learning systems programming will grant you the ability to look under the hood of your dependencies and find a way out when things don't work the way you want. If you ever felt trapped by janky dependencies that you couldn't replace and didn't know how to fix, this is the right book for you. In this book, I'll show you the design options that are normally hidden from you in high-level programming languages, and how those can have a huge impact on the performance, reusability, and robustness of your software. As mentioned above, this book assumes you have previous programming experience, which also implies a pinch of self-reliance, so the ability and willingness to read official documentation to learn more about the concepts that we're going to see. I will introduce gradually to Zig, for example, but you will be expected to then go read the language reference by yourself and leverage other available learning resources. In other words, this book will be a brisk-paced run across many systems programming concepts with a narrative that tries to efficiently reach the final goal of giving you an intuition for what is systems thinking. If you prefer a more didactical approach where every concept is dissected top to bottom without a narrative thread to tie things together, this book might not be for you. You're also expected to actually do the work. So the idea is, this is not really too much about Zig. This is mostly about systems programming, using Zig as the language, and also obviously introducing Zig-specific things when they're not going to be immediately obvious to somebody who has already done programming. So for example, I'm not going to tell you about what a variable is. I'm not going to tell you what a for loop is, right? The idea is that you can figure this stuff out by yourself. You won't need an introduction. Chapter 1 is going to tell you about syscalls, roughly speaking. Chapter 2 is going to be about memory. But for example, this chapter 2 isn't written yet. But for chapter 2, I'm like, again, the point is not telling you, oh, you know, this is a variable, and the variable is if it's const, you can't mutate it. If it's var, you can. That's boring. You can't figure it out on yourself. What I will tell you is what a CPU register is, what is global memory, how do you get a stack, what's the heap, right? So we go into the concepts that are expected to be new for somebody who already knows how to program with higher level programming languages. That's the idea. So it's not structured in a way where, you know, oh, let me introduce you these language concepts. Go read the language reference if you want that. That's basically my take. for my book. Oh yeah, it's far from being finished. Absolutely. Yeah, this is not a book. This is a book to get productive using Zig, but it's not a book that teaches you how to program Zig. Because programming Zig isn't that hard, right? The hard parts are the computer concepts that you end up orchestrating with Zig, but they are not really part of Zig. Like pointers are not really a Zig concept. Pointers are a concept that exists. Your OS talks about pointers. For example, virtual memory talks about pointers. So you have actual hardware in your computer that creates the concept of pointers, and thus makes you, how can I say, aware of the existence of those things. So the programming language can hide pointers from you if it wants, but the programming language can't really take them away. They do exist down there. So if your goal is to use the computer, then you have to use pointers. Otherwise, you know what? Go open up your case, go rip out the oh man, what's it called? The page table cache thing. Rip that thing out. You're not gonna need it at that point. I will not use the term systems thinking. That already has a very specific meaning, and it's not the one you are using. What is the meaning of that term? I do plan to use it, and if it's used in other ways elsewhere, I will explicitly mention that I intend to redefine it then. Have you seen CPU.land? No. Will the book also talk about threading and synchronization techniques? That is a good question, because it would certainly be on topic. But I don't know if I want this book to go all the way there. Or rather, how far to go. I guess the answer is hard to say. It could be that maybe threading and synchronization should be a follow-up book. It's another word for cybernetics. What? Systems thinking is another word for cybernetics? Really? So, okay, system dynamics, dynamic systems, okay, but systems thinking, is that really cybernetics? You can check on Wikipedia. Okay, I mean, sorry, I do believe you. It's just surprising. In any case, yeah, I do plan to redefine the term. Well, okay, if you want to know exactly, by the way, if you want to know exactly what I'm going for with the definition of systems thinking, I'm referring to these. Andrew Kelly insults C++. Who does he think he is? Somebody got mad? Huh. There we go. This is the talk that I'm talking about. So if you want to know what I mean by systems thinking, check this out. Also, check this out. I'm going to remove some things here because I don't want you to get a weird time. But you see that there is a question mark? With with Fish version 3 point something, the question mark was a problem, and I needed to quote any URL that had a question mark in it or an ampersand. With new Fish, that's not a problem anymore. Even the ampersand is not a problem anymore. I could have left it there and it would have worked. I don't have match inner argument anymore. That is so annoying. People have messed up this grammar too much. Okay, let me read more of this stuff. So we parse the front matter. We exit early if it's a draft, and we don't want drafts. I think you already saw the talk. Yeah. So the point there, the point that he's making there is that the idea of systems programming, it's not, oh, I know what a syscall is. I know how to do manual memory management. I know how to use man pages. The idea is the concept of systems programming or systems thinking is the idea, which, by the way, does connect back to that general definition, is the idea that then when you're doing software development, you're thinking in terms of exactly what is the platform that you are targeting. You take effort, you put effort into learning what the platform is, and you use the platform. You don't make the mistake of thinking that something built on top of the platform that you could in theory change is your actual platform. So for example, when you're programming in Python gives you a subset of what your actual platform can do, right? Your users are going to run on a given OS with a given CPU architecture. That is your platform. That's the real platform. But then if you use Python, you are getting the convenience of Python, of course, but you also you basically end up using something built on top that in theory you could change. So maybe that's fine for certain use cases because you are not going to stress any of the limitations of Python. But sometimes you will stress the limitations of Python. And if you consider yourself a Python developer, then now your software will be worse than it could be because you make the mistake of thinking that you can't change that. Sometimes you can't change the details about the platform. If you're making a game for the Xbox is your platform. You can't change that. If you're making a website, the web browser is your platform. You can't change that. HTML, HTTP, CSS, JavaScript, that's going to be your platform. But the idea is, how can I say, if you want to be a better software developer, you need to understand what the real platform is, and you need to stop using simplified things that make it more convenient to access a subset of what your platform can do. You had already students related to OS in 1,000 lines of Zig. Yes. It would be nice to incorporate that knowledge into your book too. Oh, yeah, for sure. That was, I actually did that thing specifically because I wanted to get some experience in certain things that I mentioned in the book. And I wanted to avoid saying, imprecise things. Yeah, absolutely. This will be false only for index.smd. So for every file, for every index.md file, smd file, we want to create a subsection for it, which makes total sense. Otherwise, Otherwise, yeah, we just write down the root index. Their entry.parent section. Their entry. Parent section has a pointer to section. But we don't want that. We want the index, I think. We don't want a pointer. Let's see if we can get away with changing this. Let's see, content there part. Build.content, build.cfg.content there part. Okay, so how deep down are we? Else if indexmd error file not found. So if it's okay, if there's an error opening the index.m, we need to change this index smd. So if there's an error and the error is not file not found, then we complain. Do we not print the error? We just print unable to access? Oh well. Okay, iterate it next catch unreachable. This is unreachable stuff worked in the build system. It doesn't work here. So we can't catch unreachable anymore. Now we need to well, catch differently basically. How do we do this? We basically need to complain that we had an error while iterating there. Something like catch. Let's call it their fail. We pass their entry. Do we want all of their entry? We just want the path, I think. What occurs the API? What occurs the API that makes us do this? God damn it. Anyway, so I have an entry. Okay, so making, let's see. We look at the entry. If it's a file or a symlink, and if the name ends with SMD, then we do SMD processing. If it's a directory, we push it. I think we want to do something more. I think we want to check if it ends with MD. So here we have ends with SMD. Let's add curlies around this stuff. We lose one level of indentation, unfortunately, but such is life. Such is life. There we go. Okay, so here's what we do. If it ends in MD, let's print a warning. You know what? For now, let's not do this. I'll leave it with the like loss of indentation level. That's fine, but I'm not gonna add the warning. Okay, let's wait for that. So join becomes zine.join GPA. Let's see what we're doing here. So we see that the file ends with SMD. If it's index.smd, we bail. We open the file, we read some of it, we parse the front matter. Ooh, I just realized we're missing a bunch of things that need try. Huh. Either error or no error. Yeah, that I think is fine for Zig, but for the static site generator used also by non-programmer, I think non-programmers, I think warnings are fine. Just not have too many of them. That's why I didn't want to add that warning for markdown files. I feel like that the better strategy is to start accepting markdown files and parse them as a limited subset of super markdown. Not allow super markdown in them, just parse them as vanilla markdown. That basically files that only support the vanilla markdown syntax. And that's it. And just tell people that they need to upgrade if they want the extra features. Yeah. The problem, like the only problem with this approach that I need to be careful about is that currently there's like a nice property of uniqueness of paths that comes from the fact that you can't have, how can I say? Well, let me put it this way. If you have, for example, foo.md and also foo.smd, now it's a problem because now it's a problem because they technically are the same path, but they're two different files. So I would need to think how to design that part. Obviously, you want to mark that as an error. Opendir has catch unreachable. What? No. Catch there fail. Okay, I think we're making progress. So subpages. Let's see. Subpages variant. If local code, make open path. Otherwise, site index there, section IT. Right index. Okay, let's just skip this index part. For example, this is a try. This is a try. And actually, yeah. Okay. Only allowing one file extension, maybe. Maybe. I'm thinking that we could be even more promiscuous and say that basically for any given file, the basically if there's an MD version, fine. But then if there's an SMD version, then the SMD version takes like precedence, basically. It's the one that wins in a sense. I don't know. The problem, if we do that, the problem is that certain things that right now are just like indices and not hash maps have to turn into hash maps because now we need to worry about files that have bad names. That said, we need to do that anyway. Now that I think about it, there's a layer of validation that I never added to this thing, and I need to add it. It's protection from this. Basically, maybe this is not useful. Let me do it down here. There's one problem currently. Basically, you can do this right now. You can do this. Even though these things are the same file, you can do both. I don't remember even if I complain, but that's like totally wrong. So we need to fix this. And the only way to fix this, I believe, is that we need to have some kind of hash map that we check. And so at that point, maybe we can also implement the other one. That seems cool. Well, the idea of allowing both at the same time is that you allow people to basically migrate incrementally. Like they can start with Markdown and then they can upgrade it to Super Markdown, basically. Okay. So how are we doing here? What's the root index? It's defined in there. Return scan variant. Everything else is set to undefined. Do we don't build. Don't joke. Of course we don't build. No field member const iterator. Oh no. Come on. Oh, right, because sections is not a... Let's call it variant. To error. Missing struct field CLI. True. Do we pass args? Does load build also parse the args? That seems a bad idea. Let's do it like this for now. Let's see, struct segmented list has no member named init. Oh, right. Okay, one sec. I'll be right back. I think we're getting close to having this thing compile and run. And then we can start adding, you know what? We finally add tests for this stuff. I never done this in the past. I think it's time to add tests. I'll be right back. Okay. Unused function parameter. Let's go. Why is ZLS being so bad? Oh, it is. It is showing me stuff. It just takes a while. Wow. So scan content doesn't need the arena at all. Variable of type must be const or com time. I mean, true. Also, wait a second. This bad boy cannot keep anything. Or do we wait? No, wait. This thing used arena. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so this thing used the arena. So we want to use the arena for this guy, for the directory stack. Let's find all the references to their stack. Pop, fine. There we go. Okay, this is better. Right, we're back to the point where this guy doesn't need init arena. Unexpected type U size found something else. Cool. Let's see. Really excited for the compiler server. Oh yeah. I would say be aware that it will not be instantly useful, because here's the problem. The Z compiler is starting to have incremental compilation support. Incremental compilation means that the compiler is going to be fast and very granular in recompiling, to especially if you keep it open, to the point where it's basically, let's say, halfway there to being a language server. There's one critical aspect that is different from what the compiler does that will need to be supported somehow for it to be usable as a language server. or, not directly as a language server, but through a bridge, but in any case, to fulfill that use case? And the answer is that it will need to somehow be able to work with changes made to file that have not been flushed to disk. That is kind of an important thing. And it has implications. So that is something that will be that will have to be designed, and it's not immediately obvious. So just keep that in mind. So that means that basically, even as soon as it happens, so this is try. What's the problem? Oh, dupe wants a type. You wait, bro. Come on. Type size does not support field access. Ooh. Okay, look at pointer. At. Pop pen slice at. Returns at type of self. I guess it's a mutability check, that thing. There's len. Why does it have a count method? Next problem. Probably gonna be this kind of the same thing. Oof. Okay, so there's gonna be a bunch of problems. 133. And then we have a gpa.dupe. Cannot format non-pointer type with star. Ah, it's this guy. We built. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we built and we failed successfully. Let's modify the Ziggy file. URL path prefix. Yo, okay, we got some debug printing, and then we also got our stuff. Let's see. Section, content path, nothing. So I guess this is the root section. The root section contains sections.smd and then archive/index.smd. The archive section contains archive/2024/index.smd. That is a section. Yes, because index.smd means that it's a section. So like this S is very redundant. In any case, like this visualization is not exactly the greatest. I'll admit that. But in any case, so we are scanning. We are scanning correctly. That's good. I feel it in the air. This is time for snapshot testing, though. You see how this visualization, while not perfect, it's like it's basically giving us a stringified version of our analysis of the content directory. It's time to snapshot. It's time to snapshot this stuff. Time to snapshot this shit. Like there's just no other way. We snapshot hard. We're like hard snapshotting this. No way we're not. Like no fucking way we're not. Let's see, how can we make this better? We can print the paths better. That's for sure. When a page is a section, we can print that page. We can immediately print its subsections. Like we can immediately recurse into it, maybe, when printing it. Instead of looking at a flat print. Although the flat print has its... A flat print has its, what to call it? Its advantages. Quite frankly. Maybe let's improve the print a little bit. Although I guess the downside of this is that this is useful for us for testing, but it's not really that useful for like an end user. What would an end user be interested in seeing? I guess if an end user would like to see, for example, what a given file ends up being. So first of all, the fact that I'm doing this wrong. This is like the path that gets you to, like I should do / and then this file. I don't know why I'm not doing this. I should do this. What else? Okay, let's improve the printing a little bit. This is also not relative. These paths are still absolute. I should probably join this stuff. What is this saying? Too few arguments. Also, I would like to see. Man, I wish I could see the freaking reference trace. Can I see the reference trace? Oh, thank you. Line 100. Oh yeah, index. Of course. That's how you find where your FNT error comes from? Yes. Well, normally you do see the reference trace. I don't know why in this case it wasn't showing. I think it might have something to do with the fact that I have this cursed build system invocation in the middle. I don't know. But normally you do see a bit of the reference trace, and usually that's enough. And when it's not enough, you pass explicitly -f reference trace to see more of it. I don't know if this extra slash is really gaining us anything. Prominent error. No, it's prominent compile errors. Prominent compile errors puts compile errors at the very end. Yeah, honestly, an option to somehow shut off, silence those build errors, that wouldn't be too bad, honestly. Agreed. I want to put the section number when a page is a section. So this tells you that this page is defines section index 2. I would say that's not bad. Okay, this is now making me thirsty for actually implementing this in a better way. So now that I'm finally looking at this stuff again, I don't just want to copy paste the old implementation, just minor adaptations, and then move forward. Let's take a moment to polish it now that we have to touch it. Let's make it better. So I mentioned that right now we don't validate certain things. Let's add validation for everything. Let's finally make this function what it needs to be. And I think we can use that as an opportunity to start designing also the concept of let's allow Markdown, but with a incremental upgrade path. So let's do that. Although we can do that also with fading tests. So we could add snapshot testing for this bad boy, and then we add a snapshot test that fails. That doesn't work exactly that way. So okay, never mind. Let's take one step back. Let's add the validation stuff that I wanted to add. So how does that work? So scan content now definitely needs the arena even more than before. how does it work? Also, I'm really thinking that scan content should have its own arena at this point. I'm really starting to think that that's how it should work. Although having an arena... Okay, you know what? I'm more and more convinced that we are missing an API in Zig. I think we're missing the concept of creating sub-arenas. I think arena should have a method to create a sub-arena. I am so freaking convinced about it now. Like, I think I'll go insane without this. Anyway, what do we want to do? So we wanted to say that root section, they're stuck. Okay, we need one thing for validating. Let's put it at up here. Const. What do we call it? We call it like a page map, where we say this page, this URL can only be occupied by the content of one page. We cannot have different pages clubber one another. So it's a string map. It's a string hash map. What's the value? I guess the value is information about the page that originally occupied it. Although, okay, what can occupy that URL? So we cannot do assets yet because right now we don't know anything about assets. So yeah, so we can't detect asset collision yet, but let's do it for pages at least. Ryan knew something about arenas all along. His implementation of this stuff has like a way of making sub arenas. I mean, nice. Okay, so the idea is that a given URL can be occupied by the page itself, like the main output, by a alias, or by an alternative. So I guess we want basically a start that says page like the other page that we already analyzed. Technically, we could make it a pointer. We could make it an index, although I don't know. Also, are these things per section? Like, how temporary is this map? I guess for now we can make it just leave. Yeah, I guess we can just make one instead of making one per section. Okay, page. It's gonna be. Let's just make it a path. And then kind. Do we make it an enum? No, we make it a union. So it's a string hash map. Detects URL collisions between pages. Okay. So how does it work? Here we're making a permalink. So we put in the hash map the permalink. I think we want to put all the hash map stuff all in the right place, which also implies getting past the front matter and past this stuff. Okay, so if we are past this stuff, then we do collision detection. So we gop permalink. And if we found it existing, then we need to complain. Else, we want to add that. Path is going to be their entry.path. Oh, but then we want to put also this slash. That's fine. Oh, we are GPA duping stuff in here. No, it's fine. Okay, so try arena dot no, I'll know. Zine dot join. Is this gonna be a Zine join? No, this is an FS join. Okay, that's how it should be. And I think we need to make a function called fatal collision because we're gonna need to call it multiple times. So the collision is gonna be between our current file. We pass gop. We pass do we make this thing no matter what? No. File name, path file name, and that's it. Perfect. And then we do the same thing again for aliases. Oh, an alias doesn't need a payload actually. Oh, no, it does. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think this is good. Fuck, that's not it. Oh, this is not it. That's not enough. This is so funny. This is so funny. So this cannot be like this. Oh, that's crazy. That has to be a GOP any type. Well, it doesn't have to be like, even like this. It has to be like URL. And then it's like us and them. Let's call it LHS and RHS. But I guess we want to give a name to this thing. Collision entry. So what do we want to print? I guess basically we want to print this page, the main content, main output location. I guess that's what I want to print, main output location. Otherwise, for the other ones, we want to print something different. C.path, and then we switch. Oh, we can fatal because we have to do it twice. Okay, with this we have collision reporting. We need to invoke this correctly. Okay, so this part is all well and good. Still not done yet, though. Because with this, we have one thing. So with this, we have collision detection for index.smd. Now we need detection for normal pages. Which needs to go here. So instead of index.smd, now we actually have a name, which is going to be, is it going to be entry name? Yep. Oh, there's another thing called entry. Of course. Actually, wait. I think I can do rename. Ah, so nice. Okay, so we made some progress. Let's let's try to make it work. Expected two arguments found one. Don't tell me. Arena. Expected type. Found memo allocator. Wait, what? Am I dumb? Oh, we don't need the arena. Then what's your problem? Oh god, I'm doing something dumb. What is the problem? Sorry. Expected two arguments in get or put. Huh? Oh, I made it a type, didn't I? No field name path in struct standalone scan content collision entry. Page path. I think I called it path everywhere. Cannot assign to constant. Unable to resolve comp time value. Actually, no. Wait a second. That is correct for it to be const. We're missing a dot star. Exception to type constraint found page alternative. You are indeed correct. Okay, there we go. Everything works. Let's figure a failure. Now I'm curious. I want to see it fail. So enter standalone text. Enter content. So we have section.smd. Let's make sections and let's touch sections /index.smd. Like this, it should still work and it should warn us that we're ignoring an empty file. Correct. Let's make it now for real. Whatever. Okay, let's watch it fail. No failure? Oh, that's bad. Sections.smd. This is 4? Oh no, that's not how it should be. That's not good. Maybe we should print the permalink of every page. We're not being good at printing this stuff. Okay, so like the neural architecture is correct. It's probably the fact that the string comparison is failing. I guess we could dump the content of that thing, maybe. Maybe we could dump the content of that thing. Slash URL path prefix, their entry path, slash. Permalink, URL path prefix, their entry path, entry name, and guess what's missing here? The final slash. That's a problem for sure. Oh, there we go. Colliding, there we go. Two content pages have colliding output paths, colliding URL path sections. Page sections.smd, main output location. Page sections/index smd, main output location. And the same thing I think can be done also with other stuff. So let's remove sections /index.smd. Oh, I shouldn't have removed it. I should have renamed it. Well, let's add foo. Oh, this is nasty. So here's the problem. That's not what I wanted to do. So here's the problem. The problem is that when you specify an alias, you don't specify like you don't specify the nice URL. You specify the actual like concrete output file that you want to create. So the fact that you specify the concrete output that you want to create kinda means that what we're doing here is not exactly correct. That is annoying. It kind of means that we need to take, we cannot index by the quote unquote permalink. We have to index by like a concrete file name. So we should index not by the final slash, but by the like include index.html, so that then these can also be, this system can also play into it. So the permalink is not what we want. It's another thing. Okay, fine. It's not the end of the world. Let's do something with alternatives. I'm really thinking that aliases maybe should be all alternatives. Maybe. Any case, name, layout, output. Yeah, it has the same problem basically. Oh, nice though. Now we are catching a collision within the same file. Like this same file has the collision and the alias and the alternative, they collide. That's kind of cool. That is indeed kind of cool. Okay. So I'm liking where this is going. I like this. I like this new error checking. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and then I'm gonna continue implementing this. We want to, okay, basically what we wanna do is stop using permalink and we want something more pure. Something that ignores the URL path prefix, because that thing is not really relevant for us unless it's a multilingual server. If it's a multilingual thing, then fine. You know what? We can keep it. The problem is it needs the slash index.html. And we need to give the same treatment also to the other things. Also, the other things need the quote unquote permalink treatment. They need leading slash. They need your URL part prefix. Their entry.path. Oh man, oh god, and then we need Windows support for these. God fucking damn it. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. So we don't put in the permalink then, but we put in the permalink plus stuff. It's annoying because it makes me want to allocate permalink with also let's call it full link. And it ends with slash index.html. And then we do so this is permalink. And in here we don't use permalink, but we use full link. There you go. So for this guy, we use full link. For the other guys, we can't just use A. We have to use something more. Wait, I'm also using zine.join. Yeah, because it's my basically it's my URL join, I guess. Okay, fine. Oh, but if I do these, those things are managed in weird ways. Oh, that's actually, it also turns out fine. Okay, so arena. And we want to give it the same treatment, basically. So prefix, this is going to be A, the alias. No slash index. The alias contains the slash index if necessary. Okay, so that's just how it is. Does it stay on a single line? No. That's what we use here. Fatal collision link, fatal collision, full link. Okay. Same up here, I guess. Full link. There we go. There's a collision between /index.html. You should be colliding output URL path. Colliding output URL path index/html page index.smd main output location page section /foo smd the alias /index.html. Okay, perfect. Let me remove the alias and let's watch the other one also work. Now it says the alternative. Let's for alternatives have a name. So let's print the name also. Hey, so deprecated got deprecated. Yeah. Fuck, we don't have the name. Okay, let's change this thing. Where is alt? There you go. Name output. Technically, we could put the actual alternative in here. I don't see why not. Like zine.context.page.alternative. I don't see why not. We have it. Put it there. Just copy it there. What's there to lose, right? So that means that in collision entry, alternative is going to be alt. There we go. And up here, same. The alternative arst. Let me fix my spelling. Which outputs. There we go. The alternative arst, which outputs to /index.html. I mean, this thing is always going to match, because if it doesn't match, then we're not going to be printing this thing. So you know what, actually? We want the alternative name. This part is redundant. Let's go back to alt being just a string. We don't want anything else. For aliases also, we don't need anything, because the alias is going to be in there. Main output location, one of its aliases, the alternative named. I'm really thinking that aliases should become alternatives. I am really thinking hard that should be the case. I think it's time to deprecate those things. Okay, anyway, let's fix code again one last time. And use argument. Oh. Yeah, that needs to become dot alias. There we go. Okay, so we have this check in place, which is really good. I think it's time for snapshot testing. What else could we ask for at this point? Snapshot testing time. So it's time to revolutionize how we structure our snapshot tests, I guess. So here's how we do it. Tests cannot have just websites in it, but I guess we need to have different thingies, right? Different categories. So like mkdir, content scan. I guess that's going to be one directory. Actually, scanning, build, scan content because that's the name of the directory. Content scanning. The other one can be end to end, maybe. Rendering. Rendering. So we have content scanning and rendering. Perfect. Now let's wire this stuff into our build script. So snapshot testing has test for sure, which is going to diff everything under test. Delicious. Yes. That totally works for me. But then there's going to be some sub steps. So this is like the main website stuff. So this is going to be tests/rendering. But then we want something similar but different for unit tests for content scanning. Okay, so content scanning. Oh, this is gonna be nasty. Content scanning. Whew, this is gonna be nasty. So content scanning. Now we don't sub process the build system anymore. We're now going full standalone. Let's go. So content scanning. We look at all the directories in there that aren't hidden, and then we add a system command. No, we need. So first of all, we need Zine b dot build dot artifact pointer to, maybe hard to say. So we need to give out Zine and for content scanning want to run the 3 sub command. We want to run the 3 sub command. And we want to change. We don't want to do this. We do want to set the CWD, yes. And git add needs to depend on this. But also, I wish there was a way of running only a subset of these tests, but you know what? It's fine. Let's put everything under test. Like, this cannot hurt. Okay, so this way we should have this working. Let's see. Let's watch it fail. Perfect. Also, right. Also, the invocation. So this needs to happen after ZineXZ is defined. What is this? Step compile. It's a pointer to step compile. Oh, that's actually good. So we run, yeah, we run the build command, which failed. We kind of failed successfully. Okay, now we have a problem though. The problem is this command by default prints everything to sounded out, while instead we want to commit what it outputs, because that's how snapshot testing works. We need to have memory of what it's supposed to be. So we need to add like a flag to it, basically. So that means that so it means that we need source also in this case. Okay, so we have source and we have snapshot. Then we need to add a flag for this. Should this be a flag? Technically, we could capture this output. We could capture this output and write it to a file, but I don't think the build system is going to help us much with that. Actually, maybe it will. You know what? Maybe it will. Maybe we can work it that way. We capture STDR, and then we install it. Oh, but I don't remember how to do this. It's not file install step. It's something else. No. Okay. Configure dupe inner. Why is dupe inner public? Dupe strings. Dupe path. Add write file. But it's, yeah, this thing is crap. Name lazy path. Add write files. There we go. Add update source files. Copy file to source. Add bytes to source. Bytes subpath. Yep. Oh no, add bytes to source. Okay, I get it. Fuck. Add bytes to source is not what we want because none of these things is a lazy path. I guess copy file to source is what we want. Source is going to be out. Subpath is going to be okay. So we write this file there. It should not return anything, right? Yeah. Hey, is there really no way of running an artifact while allowing it to fail? I'm surprised that this thing is not allowed to fail. So how do we do this then? This is kind of interesting because I think no, not even system command. So like these things are not just not allowed to fail. The only thing that it's allowed to fail. Oh no, that's a fail step. So the only thing that it's allowed to fail is like yeah, there's run and run build. Oh, there's run allow fail. That's annoying because it doesn't allow us to test for failure. Okay, you know what? For now, I guess we can do the success case. I guess. Okay, now the test should fail in theory. No. What's the problem? Dot step. Failed to spawn and capture std IO from file Zig file not found. That's that's a regression. That is, I think that's a regression. What's going on? Okay, so this is the insanely verbose build command. Fair. Jesus. Build lib. Yes. build lib. Yeah, building Zine is kind of complicated. There's like a ton of, like, there's an endless amount of three-seater grammars in it, for example. Like, it's no joke in reality. But Christoph 14 files Zig failure. Yeah, verbose does not help, huh? Run git, run git. Right, this is git diff, this is git add. Let's not give good names to these steps because the default names are crap. There we go. Now these guys have much better names. But so to run that, fail to spawn and capture std.io from blah, blah, blah. File not found. So what does that even mean? Are we failing to run Zine? Is that it? Let me... Wait, no, did we fuck up? Oh, you know what? Wait. I think we fucked up this. Maybe. Test/rendering. Entry name/source. What are we doing up here instead? Run Zine. Is it content scanning? Content scanning. And then we have content scanning entry name. This is going to be simple. And then we do that/source for running the Zine executable. And then we put it out in base. No, it's correct. Base path/snapshot. Oh, we have out.txt in there. So we do put the output in here. So what's the problem? Oh, there's also all the debug shit. Okay, so we fine. Technically, the snapshot could even be. We could even simplify the directory structure and put the snapshot. Whatever, it's fine. So what is causing these errors? This is called rendering, right? Rendering/simple. And then there's snapshot. Yeah, I'm thinking that probably we should have just a snapshot.txt next to these guys. Simplifies things, honestly. Let's go make that change, but also I have no idea what's going on. So this doesn't need to be base path. This can be path. And so yeah, this can totally be path without any path join. And then copy file to source can be path and then snapshot.txt. Yeah. Okay, I'm having real trouble understanding what the problem is right now. Let me restructure this stuff. I can even run Zing build test from here. But then we got this problem. But interestingly, this runs failed to spawn this file, which is Zig. So we're failing to spawn Zig. What? Also, why are we capturing SCDIO? So it seems that this is what fails, but also why? Why is it failing now? Also, here, let's do this. Let's comment this out. Is that fails? Unused function parameter. Scopes. Wait, what? Where? Okay, so this succeeds. It's the other half that fails. It's this other half that fails. What? Oh, it's this. I'm a dum-dum. I did fix this. I did not fix this. No module name Zine available within module root.build. What? Oh, I think I know what's going on. I think I remember. So the idea is that for the other test to work, I need to call it from here, I think, or not. Never mind. Why is it saying that it doesn't know Zine? Oh, because the okay, I get it. The path has changed. There we go. Okay, snapshot testing achieved. Yep. And so basically now we can, by committing this, we can accept this. Where's my section stuff though? Oh, it's up here. Okay. There's a bunch of spam. Okay, so this is bad. We need to get rid of this. We could even argue that this should go to standard out, not standard error. So let's move that to standard out. And let's capture standard out, not standard error. And we should be good. And we should be good. Yeah. Ah. So this is standard error, and that's fine. It should not be on the bug print. That's it. Nice. Okay, let's watch build errors tell us what we're missing. So disk quota, file to big input output, no space left, device B is invalid argument, access denied, broken pipe, system resources, operation aborted, not open for writing, log violation. Well, here's what we do. We do switch, I guess. It's just fatal IO error. Actually, this should go maybe not up there, but it should go down here. There we go. Making business. Now, now we're just logging the wrong stuff. Stop collecting STDR. Start collecting STD out. And boom, now we should have up here the section stuff. I don't know why this thing is red. Kind of curious. But yeah. Section 0, section path, pages. Okay, that's nice. So basically I can like git add, git status. I can do git add of tests at the very least. Actually, it was already there, so I can gc amend, still keep it work in progress. But now if I run tests, now tests succeed. Now tests succeed because they're in a commit and the diff matches. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna stop here. Made some progress. We recreated the content scanning logic. We improved on it. The next step is basically take the information that we gathered and start processing it by analyzing those pages, basically. Yeah. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you, X2, as usual. Have a good evening yourself as well. And I'll see you next time. Let me see if there's anybody that I should raid. Nobody's doing Zig as far as I know. So yeah, I'm gonna be lazy. Call it a day. Bye bye.